Days, Mexico City. We would like to thank our sponsor who made this event possible. Um, one moment, please. Okay. Cruise Networks, IT Group, Entusiastas, 1WS Latin America, Liontech, Overcast, Mahai Consulting, Sessionize, Imperial Media Group. Thank you. Mm, okay.
Yeah, hello.
Uh,
Hi.
Hello, Chim.
Hi, 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 everyone. Can you hear me?
Okay, ready. For the next session, we will have Chim Okur with the presentation Introduction to Microsoft Power Platform and Discovering Your Career Path. Chim, thank you for being here with us today. Please go ahead. You have the control of the session.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, David, for giving me this opportunity. Um, Thank you, everyone, for joining on the call as well. Just like David just mentioned, my topic is about introduction to Microsoft Power Platform and the different career paths. I'll just share that on my screen. Yes, this is what I'm going to be talking about today. Um, More like a general overview of all the components of the Microsoft Power Platform and all the different career paths that you might want to partake in order to start a career within the ecosystem. My name is Chimi Okure. Just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I've worked within the Dynamics 365 and Power Platform landscape for some years now. I've worked in different various sectors like public sector, government body, insurance, banking, healthcare, etc. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer, and I work for a Microsoft Gold partner in London, United Kingdom, as a senior Power Platform consultant. I've got my links on the screen, so like my social media handles. So yeah, if you can maybe just have any questions after this session, or if you can just follow me, that will also be yeah, we can connect that way. Okay. I'm so sorry. I think I'm not sharing my camera because I think my internet is not really that strong. I will share it every now and again, but yeah, just feel free to unmute yourself, ask any questions if you want to ask me any questions at all. Okay. My bandwidth is a little bit slow, you can see, but yeah, we'll take care of that. So I just want to say thank you to all the sponsors as well. I know David has mentioned them, but without them, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you to all the different companies that have supported this CD Mexico event. The way I've kind of like laid out this session for today is I've got an agenda. So basically, I've laid out an agenda so you can see on the screen what I will be talking about. Basically, like, yeah, just following the agenda. What is, obviously people always ask, what is Microsoft Power Platform? What are the different types of, what are the components of Microsoft Power Platform? What makes up, all the features and the functionalities and the capabilities of Microsoft Power Platform? And the big one is obviously Dataverse. So we'll dive in and find out exactly what Dataverse is. And we'll also go ahead and look at so many of the each and every one of the components of the Power Platform, like the Power Apps, the Power Automate, and Power BI, Power Virtual Agents, and the new Power Pages. So if you don't know anything about how to code, but you don't need to know how to code to start looking into Microsoft Power Platform. You can easily build out your apps, basically to solve all your business problems. You know, Microsoft Power Platform is now a more powerful and effective solution to help you create your own apps. Yeah, you don't really need to be a pro developer. You no longer need to have that technical details, in order to start using developer resources to create amazing applications, right? So you can come from, frontline staff, you can come from, a citizen developer, as we call them, and enable yourself or empower yourself in order to build low-code solutions within your organization. And what do you use to do that? You use Microsoft Power Platform, yeah, in order to be able to do that. We all know the whole world is undergoing through a massive digital transformation. So when it comes to organizations, efficiency is very key for you to be, sustain your organization. Like, you need to be very efficient. Everybody is now looking for, a better way, or, a more adaptable way in order to be able to work. There's so many changes within the work environment. We need to be resilient to change. This all brings us to, the Microsoft Power Platform, I would say. Yeah. So in as much as is a solution or is an application, I would say, you can also use it to build out and automate like your different business processes. You can curate virtual agents. You can, you can actually just utilize the different components of all the Power Apps contained within Microsoft Power Platform in order to curate your applications. Basically, the possibility of Microsoft Power Platform is endless, and as you can see from today, the more that you advance, the more that you go into it, the more you start automating all your business processes. It will provide you with all those necessary tools in order to be more organized, in order to be more efficient, in order to be more productive, in order to automate all your processes better. Okay. So if I just go into my next slide, like I said, the first question that always comes into play is, what is Microsoft Power Platform? Yeah, what is it? The Microsoft Power Platform, as Microsoft defined it, is basically just a low-code platform that enables organizations to be able to analyze their data, to act on it through different applications, and also to automate their business processes. Yeah. One fantastic thing about this low-code, no-code application is that it allows everyone, from, like I said, your pro developer to your frontline worker. It allows everybody participates in driving better business outcomes, right? So in order to be able to build all these different applications that you utilize in your organizations, anyone can be able to participate and build them, right? This also brings me into talking about how modern businesses run on data. So, like, data is like the new oil. That's what everybody talks about now. Users interact with data on a daily basis in organizations. For example, users use data, say, for example, I don't know, like putting time into your payroll, in order to be able to automate your existing business processes. If you've got already data within your applications, you want to be able to analyze those data. You want to be able to put reports and visually see those data as well. Okay. So in our technology-driven world, users can now be empowered to gain insights from this data, from the organization's data, and at the same time interact with the data, right? Not just interacting with the data, you can also build that automation, all those manual processes that we do on a day-to-day basis. We can now start looking at ways where we can start automating them so it doesn't become like a burden. Like, it just, we automate it and it just runs automatically at the back at the back end of the data. Microsoft Power Platform will just enable any business to craft, the solutions while at the same time empowering them. empowering them to unite together, to collaborate together, to be able to use all this customized technology to help everyone within the organization, be it your CEO, like I said, to all your frontline workers. At the end of the day, the application wants to be able to help everybody drive business at the same time utilizing the data. Okay. That's essentially what Microsoft Power Platform. We're going to be looking at all the features, the capabilities, and the components of the of Microsoft Power Platform in the next slides. But yeah, this is my own definition of what Microsoft Power Platform is, and also I mentioned about the components. So, what are the components of this Power Platform? The Microsoft Power Platform comprises of some key products, right? So you have your Power Apps, you have your Power Automate, you have your Power BI for your analysis of the data. You also have your Power Virtual Agents, more like your chatbots within the system, and you also have your Power Pages. So Power Pages has just recently been renamed. It used to be called Microsoft Portals and Power Portals before. But basically, like a website that you can just spin up, without having any, pro developer experience. You can spin up a website using Power Pages. So if I just dive into each and every one of these components, the first one is Power Apps. So Power Apps will enable an organization to obviously rapidly solve their business problems, be it by creation of low code or no code application. Yeah. When I say low code or no code, basically means that applications can be created in a matter of hours, instead of like, previously in order to create an app, it would take like months and months, and this always have to be handled by a pro developer in order to be able to build applications. But now, Power Apps can just be created in a matter of hours. At the same time, Power Apps can also allow us to extend or customize the apps that we have already in use within an organization. So Power Apps will just empower everybody. Like I said, non-technical users just curate, those custom applications. If you want to display that on your mobile devices in order to support a wide range of all your business needs, right? So these apps allow people to share and capture information on the go, right? That's what Power Apps is, right? Just on the go, simplification of your processes, and just removing all those manual steps, all those manual steps. If you're using paper, Excel, Word document to record, say, for example, visitor passes or annual leave passes, or there's so many numerous use cases that can be eliminated by using Power Applications. Yeah, the world is changing, so we need to adapt the way the world is moving. The next one, the next core component of the Power Platform is Power Automate. Power Automate just enables workflow automation like never before. You just use workflows, you create automated workflows and connect it to various of your apps or your services in order to receive automated notifications. Yeah, not just receiving notifications, you can also collect data, syncing and much more around that as well. With Power Automate as well, we've got connectors. So not just utilizing Dataverse, I'll come down in a second, but you can also connect your Power Automate into all the different applications. There's about 400 plus custom or connectors that you can connect your Power Automate to. So things like your Office 365, your SharePoint, your Excel, even down to third-party services such as Twitter. You've got Dynamics 365, you've got Dropbox, you've got Salesforce, external applications. You can connect that to your automation, at the same time driving automation as well. We've got Power Virtual Agents. This is basically chatbots. You know how you can go onto your website nowadays, and if you drop into an organization's website, on the bottom right-hand corner, you have a chatbot that will ask you, do you need any help with whatever that you might want to ask within, or what you're looking for within that website. So Microsoft have developed their own chatbot, which is also a no-code graphical interface that, you don't need a data scientist, you don't need a developer. A virtual agent can just enable all that AI automation. It's got AI-based automation that will assist your customers, that will assist your partners, that will assist your employees. Yeah. At the same time, freeing, all that time for your specialized employees in order for them to do their work. Yeah. Make them more productive. Just use a chatbot, connect it to your backend systems, use different types of connectors, like I've just mentioned, and you can create this simple chatbots as well. Yeah. So a good example is obviously with the COVID vaccination. You have like in the UK, we have our National Health Service where we can deploy frequently asked questions around COVID. You don't want your your employees or to be on the call, your customer service agents to just be answering all these questions every now and again. But you can extract those topics and embed that into your Power Virtual Agents, and anybody can come into your website and get some more information from there. We also have Azure Bot Framework channel. You can also integrate this Power Virtual Agent within a Power App. And, there's more extensions. You can also develop more extensions and utilize your Power Virtual Agents using the Microsoft Azure Bot Framework basically for complex scenarios. Yeah, you might want to have complex scenarios, but the Microsoft Azure Bot Framework can also help upskill that as well. The next one is Power BI. The way I describe this is Power BI is more like the analytics leg of the Power Platform. So things like your data gathering, your data storage, or your data management, it will analyze it, evaluate the information, and present that information to planners and decision makers. Yeah. So Power BI basically visualizes your data and enables you to connect to also hundreds of data sources. Yeah. You can connect to different data sources and bring that data back to life with live dashboards, live reports, and yeah, easy to build as long as you've got that data within your backend system, or you're extracting that data source from somewhere else. Okay. So Power BI just provides non-technical business users with tools that allows you to analyze and visualize at the same time, not just visualizing and analyzing them, but you're at the same time sharing this data as well. Okay. So that is, what Power BI is. And like I've mentioned, you can connect it to any data source. Yeah, connect to any data source, bring in that data, integrate it with different types of applications or different components of the Power Platform, things like your Dynamics 365, your Microsoft Teams, your Office 365, Power Automate. You can also just integrate Power BI into these applications. Okay. Like I said, just, feel free to, unmute yourself, ask any questions if you feel like, or I will be taking questions towards the end of the session as well. And yeah, can go through that. The next slide is all about the features, like, what features of Microsoft Power Platform. Yeah. So in as much as we've seen, like, all the components and all the integrations that we can do, where we want to be able to extend our applications or share our applications, Microsoft Power Platform also allows us to, at the same time, extend, like I said, using things like Dynamics 365, Microsoft 365, Azure as well. And this extension just helps improve business processes, business systems, improves workflows. If you want to quickly kind of like, build custom applications, you can, utilize obviously Microsoft Power Platform as well. There's so much AI capabilities that has been embedded into the application itself. Yeah. It supports different or multiple data connections. So for example, if you want to connect into your, say you want to build a Canvas app, for example, an app, you can bring in, different data sources, pull it together into your Dataverse. It supports all that, not just one from one single data source. You can pull out, data from different sources as well. Yeah. So it allows you to bring all this data together into a single automation, all in one place, and everything is also managed, or all your identity is managed through your Azure Active Directory. So things like, your security, enabling that rich policies, your multi-factor authentication, it just makes it like more robust to use as well. Okay. We can't talk about Microsoft Power Platform without the Dataverse. Dataverse, or Microsoft Dataverse, is a cloud-based solution that easily structures, like all your structures, like, things, for example, your tables, your forms, your business rules, your automate. It just brings all that business logic to support your applications in a secure and compliant manner, right? It's managed and maintained by Microsoft. Yeah. The Dataverse is also available globally, but you can deploy that geographically, basically, to comply with, say, for example, your local jurisdiction where your data is. You want to be able to kind of like comply with all the rules and regulations. Yeah. You only need an internet connection to access it and to use it. I can quickly just show you exactly what that is. If you look on the screen as well, I've got like, for example, my make.powerapps.com. So this is where you contain all your Dataverse, all your tables. So within your tables, say, for example, your accounts or your opportunities, your leads, and your contacts, these are all contained in here. So you can also build into your solutions, your flows. You even have like your AI builder as well. I'll come back to that. But yeah, using make.powerapps.com. This is basically, as long as you're within like your own environment, always make sure you're in your own environment in order to start creating your solutions. Your Dataverse is also designed to, it's just designed to be your central data repository. Like I mentioned, for all your business needs, for all your business data, for all your forms, say, for example, if you go into contact, for example, so you have all your relationship, your chats, your views, your forms, your business rules, they're all designed to be collected in one central place. Yeah. So behind the scene, this is behind the scene. This is what powers many Microsoft Dynamics 365 solutions. So your third-party applications like your marketing, your customer service, your sales, your field service, these are all maintained within the back end of your data server and your Dataverse. Yeah. So you can also see, things like your solutions, like I mentioned before, your connectors, your data flows, or the different applications that you might have. You can obviously create your applications, your canvas, your model. You can create also your flows within your Dataverse. Okay, I'll come back to this, but yeah, this is just basically what, Dataverse is. Single, central, I call it like the big container that securely stores and manages your data that's used by your Power Apps business applications. Okay, also pulling all that data to work within Dataverse, we talked about this, that scalable service. But then a good one to look at as well is what is in the box, what is in Dataverse. Yeah, I have this slide that just shows that visualization. As you can see from the bottom, we've got the security. So within Dataverse, what does it handle? So all your Azure Active Directory, your Azure AD, allowing all your conditional access, your multi-factor authentication. So it supports that security. It supports your authorization down to the row and column level as well. Yeah, very robust, very rich, I would say, auditing capabilities within security. The next one is also logic. So say, for example, you want to be able to use Dataverse to apply business logic at your data level. So regardless of how a user is interacting with the data, the same rule will also apply. Yeah. So like duplicate detection, your business rules, your classic workflows, and things like that. In the box, we also look at our data. So how do we control our data? How do we shape our data? Yeah, Dataverse allows us that control. How do we model it? How do we validate it? How do we report on that data? We've got absolute control to ensure our data looks the way you want. Yeah, do you want to put your data on a particular row or column? You have that flexibility, that control to do that. However you want to use the data, you can. If you want to put it in different tables, you can do. The next one is also about storage, right? So looking at, storing your physical data in Azure Cloud. So Dataverse is a cloud-based storage, right? So all that trouble of worrying, your data, where is your data? Where does your data live? How do you scale your data? All those concerns are handled for you, I would say, by Microsoft or your Microsoft Dataverse. Integration is a key one. So within integration, you connect into different ways to support your business. It might be through different types of API, it might be webhooks, it might be eventing, data exports, everything that just gives you that flexibility to get your data in and out of Dataverse. So it is quite a very powerful cloud-based solution to store store your data or store your business data and work with them as well. Looking at this, you can also see how we can use it to build, or I would say how we can use Power Apps to build and consume solutions for our web and mobile applications. It's consumable. You can embed it into different into these different devices. You can generate immersive model-driven applications from your Dataverse, from that data model and different business processes. It's customized, easily customized. If you want to embed Canvas apps or Canvas apps with, like I said, with multiple data sources, with one data source, is also something that you can utilize within the Microsoft Power Platform. Canvas app is also one of the Power Apps, I would say, one type of Power App. It's just exactly the way it sounds. It just gives you a blank canvas. It has this drag and drop functionality. Drag all your components, use it to form a design. Yeah. You can make obviously different types of adjustments to your app. We don't have time. We're not going to start building an app within this session, but just to give you a general overview of what you can get within all the components of the Power Platform. Yeah, you can connect it. Say, for example, you have an Excel as a source. You can connect that Excel onto your Canvas app. I would say the primary appeal of a Canvas app, or why I like them as well, is it's just easy to use, right? You don't have to worry about how the data is structured. Just, drag and drop that data into the Canvas and start utilizing them. Yeah, from one source, data source, or from multiple data sources. Model-driven apps compared to Canvas apps, is always based on the underlying data. So the data that we have within our Dataverse, we use that data and build out our model-driven app. Our Dataverse is obviously secure. This is where we handle and store all our business applications data. If you've worked with Dynamics 365 before, Dynamics 365 is a module-driven application. All the third-party applications are module-driven application, but you can also, utilizing Dataverse, build out your own model-driven application based on your business requirements, based on your business needs. You can, spin that up as well. Automation. So we talked about, one of the components, which is Power Automate. If you have not seen this before, I will just quickly go into so this is the Power Automate editor. So I'm using a trial environment here. So basically similar to, that Make.Power app that I showed you. This is obviously now where we can come in and start creating our different automations, right? But before we get into that, it's quite vital that you know that we also have templates. So within Power Automate, we have different types of templates that Microsoft have already built for us that we can utilize it. Examples can be, say, for example, you want to post a message to Microsoft Teams. You might just want to search into a template and just say, what Teams, and just do a search and see what kinds of templates that you might see, right? Send an email when a new message is added in Microsoft Teams. Yeah, this is also a use case, but you can see everything has already been done for us. So all you need to do is just utilize those templates or add more properties to that template. Another use case example within Power Automate can be automating your approval process. An approval process might just be there that needs automation. You can also use the template or build a clear or brand new one from the Power Automate editor. Different types of use cases, right? It can be in Dataverse that I showed you. For example, in your account or your contacts table, you might want to be able to update a particular row in a record by using Power Automate. It's quite easy to do that. You can just spin up a template or just build it from scratch as well. Yeah, obviously different types of Power Automate flows. If I hit on curate, you can see there are different ways you can make flows. You've got your automation, automated cloud flow. So by automation, so you might have a trigger, something happens, a trigger, and then there's an action, right? That will obviously create a flow for you. You also have like instant, or you can schedule a flow based on every time, 2 o'clock every day, you want a flow to trigger based on a certain action, right? Like I said, I'm not going to go and, build out all these flows, but just this to show you on a high level what we can obviously use the components of our platform to start automating our business processes. Yeah. So from simple automations, it can be very simple, it can be very complex. Some automations can have branches, it can have loops, and but the whole thing is basically trying to automate all those business processes that is, mundane, that is menial. You just want to probably just automate them at the back of the back end of the system. Basically to be more efficient in your business process. We've also see how we can integrate business processes with Power Automate. So using things like Azure Function, you can calculate, a cost of, for example, in a factory, there might be a machinery that is down, but you might probably use an Azure function to create the cost based on how many number of hours or revenue that can be generated when this machinery is down. So you can automate and integrate business processes also using, Power Automate, whether it is maintenance for a plant or repair criteria. You can use, a flow to kind of like know or trigger an email when a repair is being recommended. So instead of the machinery going down and out of service, we can use Power Automate to integrate it and say, oh yeah, we need a technician to come in 3 weeks' time in order to be able to look at this plant. Yeah, so kind of like automation in that sense. We've also have a Power Automate desktop now. So this is a program, it's free to install on Windows 11. Yeah, it's on Windows 11. It's also on Windows 10 as well. So basically, it's a tool that enables a robotic process automation, RPA. Think about all those tasks that you do on your website, on your desktop, or even on your website. Yeah, different types of use cases, right? So RPA can be used when you want to update an Excel spreadsheet. So basically, all those entering all that data into a spreadsheet. All those tasks that you perform on a legacy system, all those tasks that you perform on an old application, for example, where you don't have any API that is connected to them. This can be things like invoice processing, sales orders, managing all your HR or your customer information. You can just start using RPA to start, utilizing or automating these processes as well. You can record those actions while you're performing them. So say, for example, each click you do on the screen, what text that you enter, it will be recorded and, modified. And just doing that basically creates steps in a flow. So, and it's every time you need to perform that task, you don't need to go back in again and start up. Just simply hit play on your RPA or your Power Automate desktop, and that task will run on its own, thereby saving you so much valuable time. So, yeah. We obviously looked at the whole future components. Power BI is one of them. How do you gain insights? How do you deliver insights for your analyzing your business data? How do you share those insights through data visualizations, be it, reporting or dashboards, right? We all know that, dashboards can save a lot of time, for example, in a business. Reporting dashboard can save a lot of time, like, all those meetings that senior management might call. You might just probably want to automate, do a dashboard or report, just to give them that informed decision. It's more faster. It scales across organizations. One thing about Power BI as well, it has built-in governance and security. So, it allows businesses to focus on using data, not just all the time managing data, you want to be able to focus on using that data within your business, okay? Like I said, is the analytics or the insights part of Microsoft Power Platform. So it just kind of like takes data, displays it in a way that makes sense to users, okay? So reporting on a company, it can be reporting on metrics, it can be reporting on progress against goals, it can be on employee, it can be on anything, as long as that data is within the application. It can be on anything, employee performance, things like that. This is also we've touched on this, but I just wanted to quickly show you if you haven't seen PVA before. But yeah, like I said, it enables anyone to create powerful chatbots using a code graphical interface. Yeah, this is what the editor looks like. You've got a PVA. The PVA editor, this is how you spin it within your instance. You can simple things like, say, I've built this one before. So like I said, I have an NHS bot that I built. I loaded in or suggested topics for it, put in frequently asked questions from the NHS website in the UK. And yeah, so based on questions, you can also publish this. So basically you can publish this to your organization's website. When you've built it, you can share it within, publish it and share it within that website. I'll just show you what it looks like. So any, say, questions that you might have, your employee, your customers, your partners can come in and get that information that they need, thereby freeing your agents, your customer agents, your staff, freeing them time to actually do something else, okay? It eliminates that gap between your subject matter experts and your teams, your development teams. It's taking a little bit of time, but I'm worried about the time, so I'm just going to keep on going. Power Pages is another one. Like I said, the name changed. It used to be called Power Portals, but this is just no code to build websites. Just no code solutions to build external facing websites, right? Power Pages, yes, it's got like, you know, different, like, you know, designs or even templates, would I say, that Microsoft has also given us for that. If you have not seen that before, I'll also show you what the future looks like. So basically, it's very intuitive. Get started. You can say, for example, you've never built before, or do you have any experience creating websites? You can say no. Yeah, you would choose from a template, and then you modify that template how you want that website to look like. Okay. Is running a bit slow, but yeah, there's thousands and thousands of web templates that Microsoft, you can see from here. Meetings, site design, site design, application registration is quite a good one. Gives you an ability to say, for example, you want to see what that template might look like on a desktop or on a mobile. You can choose that template and obviously start building or modifying it to suit. You can also start from scratch to build your external facing websites as well. But like I said, very intuitive and very easy to use. No code required. Just simple drag and drop, change colors, and you're good to go. So in all this, we also have to be aware that, like I mentioned, we have data connectors. So connectors that will allow us to access, you know, different applications to use within our Power Platform. So at the moment, we have more than, I think it's almost like 500 connectors at the moment, and still counting, that will allow you to extend your applications. Yeah, you can have the ones that have already been built. You can also have custom connectors as well. Yeah, that will extend your app, you know, your app by, you know, for example, an API. You can extend it to another cloud provider, for example, like Azure. And yeah, and then you'll be able to kind of like relay information between the two applications. So data connectors is also something that is very key within the Power Platform. So just to kind of like summarize, you know, real quickly, what I've just been explaining, there are three key things that Microsoft Power Platform will enable users to do, right? We've seen analysis, like analyze your data, so gain insights from your data. You will also be able to act on that data by driving your business processes by using all these different types of apps, Power Pages, model-driven app, Canvas app. You can also use Power Automate in order to automate your business processes as well. Yeah. Very key things that we need to do. We talked about integration. We're not really going to talk about that again. The main thing I want to look at for the next couple of minutes is, how do you now, say for example, you have not worked in Microsoft Power Platform before, how do you discover where to go? How do you discover your career path? Microsoft Power Platform, like I just explained to you, is there for us, but it's also there for us to kind of like come in, look at which area that we want to go into. There's training, there's a community behind Microsoft Power Platform. There's training for every Microsoft Power Platform certification. Whether you want to review an exam or brush up on your skills, Microsoft Learn is a fantastic resource for Microsoft Power Platform that will also help and guide you decide how you want to learn and which platform best fits your learning style, right? Everyone learns different, but it's just discovery that's, you know, where do you want to go? Do you want to go towards, like, say, for example, being a developer? Do you want to go towards being a functional consultant? Do you want to go towards being a system administrator? Microsoft Learn, and you will just create that pathway for you. You can self-paced learn. You can do through Microsoft training events. You can also have instructor-led trainings and much more. Yeah, it's just taking that your time to discover where you want your career path to go. Yeah, I always get asked this, which area will I, be best suited for me? It's down to you to actually just discover which area that you want to go. It's quite vast. It's also good, well and good to, if you have any developer skills, to go towards the development route, or if you have any customer facing skills, it might also be best to go towards that, consultant route as well. Like I said, just take ownership of your career path. Find out, what is it that you want to do? What is it that, what area do you want to go into? Yeah. I always say to people, try and get some fundamental knowledge and skills. Yeah. It's always good to take, some of those fundamental exams, like the PL 900, which is the Power Platform Fundamental Examination exam. It will give you that fundamental skills. Yeah. It will give you that much needed fundamental skills if you have not dabbled into the Microsoft Power Platform ecosystem before. Another good thing is also to ask yourself, what are your goals, right? What choices do you want to make? Where area do you want to specialize in, right? Engage with people, engage with the community. Power Platform community is out there. People are always willing to help, ask questions, be it on LinkedIn, be it on Twitter. You can also just do a hashtag Power Addicts and ask a question. Somebody within the community will always come and answer that question for you. When it comes to your certification exams, prepare, study, book that exam, prepare for it. And yeah, that's my key points around, taking your ownership of your career path, studying for that exam, preparing for that exam, knowing which area to specialize in, but also most fundamental is just getting some fundamental knowledge and skills. You might want to look at the fundamental level exams within the Power Platform as well. There's tons of learning resources. I'll much more than happy to drop that on the chat as well. But yeah, you can also get, there's loads of learning resources, like I said, out there. There's a company also called Udacity that is doing an online free course that also issues that certification when you finish that course as well. But most importantly, some people might be, okay, yeah, all this that you've shown, for example, I don't have access to get into my Power Pages. I don't have access to the Power Virtual Agent, or even down to Power Automate as well, or even Power BI, for example, right? You might want to then look at signing up for the Power Apps Developer Plan. So the Power Apps Developer Plan, I'll also share that with you here. Is also, for example, somewhere you can come in and, for example, be able to build and test your Power Apps, your Power Automate, and your Microsoft Dataverse. It also gives you a Microsoft E5 license that you'll be able to kind of like have your own Outlook, have your own teams, and be able to start building all these Power Platform integrations together. Yeah. You can also use it to connect to any data source, like I said, or just create your own custom connectors. You can connect to any data source or create your own custom. Yeah, it's fully scalable. I'll drop the link on how you can get this developer plan. But yeah, if you sign up for it and use it to start, once you're preparing for those exams, you can use it to kind of like, start testing some of these few applications as well. Yeah. One thing about the developer plan, but I think there's been some changes currently. You can actually just use it to develop and test. but obviously you cannot share that externally with your customers. I think that has changed. I think some of them you can now share with external people, some of the apps that you've built. But yeah, but before, I think just last week that changed. I'm not 100% sure on that information, but yes, you can do as well. So yeah, this is the wonderful world of Microsoft Power Platform and how it can elevate. It has changed my, it's changed my career since I've gotten into it like 5-6 years ago now. But anybody can as well get into it. It's exciting. There's loads of changes. No day is the same. And Microsoft keeps on improving on the Power Platform landscape as well. You can see I've said 500. You can see there's even 700 plus data connectors as well going using the PowerFX language and all the components on here. So thank you very much. But I'm very open to asking some, answering some questions from you. I know I've got about 10 minutes, so I just wanted to make sure I have 10 minutes for any questions that might come my way. Thank you.
Okay, Jim. Thank you very much. We don't have questions in the chat. Um, uh, let's give a virtual round of applause to Jim Occur, who talked to us about introduction to Microsoft Power Platform and discovering your career path. Thank you very much, Jim. Nice to meet
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thanks for being here. The next session starts at 6 p.m. Mexico City time with Kirti Prayapati.
Hi, David. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Let me know if you can hear me.
Hi, Kirti.
Yeah, okay. So this is working fine. So after 4 minutes, we supposed to start, right? 4 minutes from now.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Microsoft Community Days, Mexico City 2022. We would like to thank our sponsor who made this event possible. Um, uh, Cruise Networks, IT Group, Entextiastas, Overcast, One WS Latin America, LionTech, Mahai Consulting Inc., Sessionize, and Imperial Media Group. Um, okay. For remember to mention used on our social media using the hashtag CD Mexico City. For the next session, we will have Kirti Prajapati with the presentation extend Microsoft Viva connection with SPA, SPAFX. Kirti, thank you for being here with us today. Please go ahead. You have the control of the session.
Yeah, thank you, David. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm just sharing my screen and just confirm if you can see the screen. Yeah. Uh, Good evening, everyone, and thanks for having me. And I'm very thankful to be part of this Community Days Mexico City 2022. This is my first event to be part of a speaker for this event. And today I'm going to talk about how we can use Microsoft Viva connections. And after using that, most of the organizations are looking out for extending some functionalities. So I will explain how we can extend the Microsoft Viva connections with SharePoint Framework web part. And that web part can be available on the home site for all the users throughout the organization. So in next 45 to 50 minutes, I will be talking about this along with Viva connections. So before I jump into that, I just wanted to update myself. I'm Microsoft MVP and Microsoft certified trainer, and working as an independent modern workplace consultant. And I would also like to thank all the sponsors. Without their support, this is not possible to organize or have a good and successful events, either virtual or in person. So I am very thankful to all the sponsors as well as to all the organizers who put in their efforts to have this event and allow every attendees and every speaker to learn and share their thoughts. So thank you again. So before I jump into today's session, I just want to briefly give you my introduction. So as I mentioned, I'm working as a modern workplace consultant, and I'm Microsoft MVP as well as MCT. And apart from this, I'm more interested to work on the development part of Microsoft 365, SharePoint, and Office development. And along with this, I am very passionate to share my knowledge in a different way, either to be a part of any local or international events and be a part of a speaker or as a volunteer, and updating my skill and sharing my thoughts through the blog as well. And apart from this, I'm also an organizer of Microsoft 365 Ahmedabad user group, where we are helping a local community to learn and update themselves about the updates released from the Microsoft. And yeah, under this user group umbrella, we are also organizing a lot of events like global development boot camps, Power Platform boot camps, and workshops, and just to make sure that the community can be updated with the new release and new updates in terms of the Microsoft 365. And if you want to get in touch with me, then you can see my social media information on the right hand side of this slide, and I will be more than happy to connect with and to be a part of your network. So yeah, so for today's session, I'm just keeping this small agenda because I just wanted to make sure that we know few technical things about the Microsoft Viva, and then we can jump into that how to set it up. So uh, I will be talking about Microsoft Viva overview, like what is Viva, and about it contains four pillars, but we are talking about only one, that is Microsoft Viva connection. So how we can use that, and how we can set up the Microsoft Viva connections, and after setting up that, what are the possibilities to extend those Microsoft Viva connections using SharePoint framework? And after that, I will explain that demo. So the first thing is the Microsoft Viva. So uh, the question should be in our mind, like what is this? What is Microsoft Viva, and how to be connected and informed using this Microsoft Viva? So Microsoft Viva is the company's latest offering, as you all are aware that we are having lots of posts regarding the Microsoft Viva with four categories. So which has become a topic of interest among most of the organizations nowadays. But uh, uh, as a developer, the question should be in mind like, what is Microsoft Viva and how can it to help companies? Is it a part of Microsoft 365? So these are the questions we should have as a developer in mind. So I'll try to answer all these questions and many more in this session. So first thing is, what is Microsoft Viva? So according to Microsoft, Viva is an employee experience platform with functionalities to bring learning, insights, communications, and resources together on one platform. So most of the organizations are looking out for that everything should be available if we want to give a good experience to all the company employees and have everything on the single platform. So that's the main idea that it comes with four categories, and it is powered by Microsoft 365, and companies can experience it via Microsoft Teams as well as SharePoint site. So it is not like you just create SharePoint site and you will not be able to open this in Microsoft Teams, but we can access on the both the platforms. So basically, Microsoft Viva spans in four categories. As you can see, I have mentioned four categories here: connections, learning, insights, and topics. So in this session, we are going to talk about connections. So Microsoft Viva Connections offer innovative engagement experiences to keep everyone in the team informed. Right? So everyone in the team, they will be having real-time information from one centralized location. And also we can use AI. Microsoft Viva fosters fruitful engagement in the workplaces. So that can be a part of this Viva Connections. And it also provides a gateway into company resources, for example, HR information and other policies. So we may have some information which can be available for all the users. Furthermore, it allows employees to participate in business processes and communities effectively. So it may happen that most of the employees are trying to connect with other team members or other business processes throughout the organization. Then this can help them. And Viva Connections shows in apps you are currently using, for example, Microsoft Teams. As I mentioned that once we set up this Viva connections, we can also have this in Microsoft Teams app, and it is tailored specifically for each user. So if I am opening that app in my Microsoft Teams, then I can be using that as a independent app for me. So basically, it is tailored specifically for each user, and the users get a company branded experience. So it is not this will be a different user interface what I'm looking into SharePoint site. So it will be a kind of company branded experience and getting access to digital resources and organizational tools. So we have all the access which is available under that. So and Viva Connection is powered by SharePoint. So first we have to configure that into SharePoint, and then we can have that into Microsoft Teams. So how can this business use Microsoft Viva, right? So the question should be comes in mind that, okay, what are we know that different options are available, but how can businesses use Microsoft Viva? So now you know that Microsoft Viva is a kind of used for this better employee experience. So in earlier days, like gone are the days when companies could overlook their employees' engagement and health. Nowadays, in recent scenarios, it is more important to focus on employees' engagement and experience if you want to succeed in the market. So most of the organizations are looking out for these kind of options, and owning to the digitization of most processes, especially since the pandemic, it has become an even more imperative to offer a good digital experience if you want to generate considerable revenue and grow your business. And fortunately, we have the Microsoft Viva, which can offer an employee experience ecosystem where you can combine your learning programs, which can help you to collaborate to ensure your workforce's ultimate satisfaction and engagements. So these are the different points we can think about how it can help us in the business. And here I'm just trying to uh, put out some bullets that can help us more to understand how this can be utilized by the business. So first, it can help us to improve employee experience. So most employers think their employees leave because they are getting better money in some other company, but the reality is quite different. In some cases, money is not matter, but they leave due to some poor experiences in the workplace, and they are not getting the real-time information from one location. They may have to ask different team members or different people to get such information. So keeping that in mind, it is integral to give your employee a good working experience so that they stay loyal to the organization. And Microsoft Viva offers many features to help you achieve this. For example, if you consider this, let me go back. Yeah, Viva Topics. So Viva Topics help us to ensure that your employees are not frustrated due to the excessive time it takes them to find relevant information. So using this topic, you can have kind of centralized repository for all the company-wide information from there. They can get all the information. So since topics organizes all related information in one place, it makes your employees' lives easier. So they can get all the information from one place only. And second thing is insights. So the second part or second category is insights. So Viva Insights also gives an overview of employee happiness, and it will provide you the mindfulness opportunities through Headspace integration. Therefore, it may happen that, or it will try to ensure that your employees are not only physically well, but also mentally healthy. So that will give a kind of this insights, and it offers the different advantages in the long runs. For example, it offers a better working experience to all the employees. So that is happening because we are just trying to prevent the burnout ratio of each and every employee, just to make sure that they are not over adjusted with the work and like that. And because of that, we can help them to boost their productivity in terms of any engagement with the company. And along with that, we can also prioritize mental health. So this is the way that one part which can be considered as a improving the employee experience when we are using the Microsoft Viva connections. And the second thing is drive business decisions. So Microsoft Viva can also help companies which can make big employee related business decisions, right? Sometimes we have to take some decisions, but for that we should have some data. So for example, you can use the insights to determine the improvements needed in the onboarding process. So if you feel that your onboarding process is taking a lot of time and you're not getting uh, proper result using the existing system, so based on the data, or you can just use the insights and determine what what things needs to be improved when you are talking about this onboarding process. So likewise, for example, the data from Viva Insights can help you to determine employee bonuses and salary reviews. So that way you can just have something automated and get some more insights and take some business decision which can help you to drive the business in a better way. And the third one is the enhanced employee engagement. So it may not sound alarming at first because employee disengagement actually causes companies a significant financial loss. So therefore, organizations should focus on increasing employee engagement, and Viva can help to do that. So how you can engage your employee more or in a better way? So we can use this Microsoft Viva. For one, the connection tool is ideal for fostering a corporate culture in which everyone stays on the same page. Similarly, it may happen that employees can stay up to date with the latest organizational conversation and news. So each and every employee will be on the same page, like what is happening in the company, what are the conversation going on, and what are the latest news. So they will be able to more engage with other department as well as the organizations. So as a conclusion, we can say that Microsoft Viva has the potential to become the next big thing in improving employee experience, and along with that, business should employ it in their day-to-day task to make sure all the employees can learn, connect, and collaborate effectively. Moreover, the insights feature allows managers and team leaders to look into or to oversee employee performance and make required improvements. So that will indirectly help them to improve this productivity of the employee. And based on that, they can just have good revenue generation as well as the employee experience. So these are the basic introduction of how Microsoft Viva connections on Microsoft Viva can be used. And after that, uh, we should be understanding or we should have an idea like how you can set up your Microsoft Viva connections. So you can see in this image, I'm just capturing this different steps. So here we have to follow these steps. Like first, we have to prepare our intranet. So it could be your simple SharePoint site or uh, where you have some content and experiences in a better way. Then we have to set that site as a home site. So Viva connection is also only available for the home sites. It's not available for like simple sites or communication sites. So whatever the site you are trying to use for Viva connections, make sure that you have to set up that site as a home site. And after that configuration or setting up that home site, we will be able to see the app bar. And from the app bar, we will have an option to customize the navigation. And along with that, we will have an option to create a dashboard. So I'll show you in the demo like how we can complete these steps. And after creating the dashboard, you have an option, different web parts available where you can prepare the content. And after that, if you feel okay, I'm good with this dashboard and I just wanted to have this in my Microsoft Teams app. So after that, we can add the app in Microsoft Teams. And we can install in the mobile app bar, like for each and individual user for the organization. And then it will be available for end users to access same with the same look and feel as what we have in the SharePoint site. So these are the steps we can follow when we are talking about this Viva connection setups. So first, let's see how we can set up the Viva connection. So I'm just switching this PPT to a demo site. So this is my Viva connection enable home site. So here you can see I have just set up a dashboard and I have different component here with a different set of contents. And this is available for all users in SharePoint as well as in the Microsoft Teams. So this is my Microsoft Teams where I will be able to see the same look and feel what I can see in the SharePoint site, right? So I'll explain this in a few minutes. So as I mentioned that Viva Connections brings in optimized experience in Microsoft Teams for information workers and frontline workers as an employee, and it also provides curated content which can help all the employees. So first, when we are trying to set up this, so make sure that there are two prerequisites. First, you should have an access as a SharePoint admin and Microsoft Teams admin. So first, let's set up this home site. So for this tenant, I have already set up this, but for another tenant, I'm just explaining how to set it up. So let's assume that this is my SharePoint site, which I am going to use as a Viva connections, and that can be embedded into Microsoft Teams. So first, you have to set up this SharePoint site. So that is our first step. Here you can see prepare your environment. Prepare your intranet. So I have prepared my intranet like this. So this is my landing page, and I have some web parts and contents available. Now I'm happy to move this site as a home site. So for that, what you have to do, you can just go to your Microsoft 365 Admin Center. From there, go to SharePoint Admin Center, and under the SharePoint Admin Center, just click on the settings. And under settings, you will be able to see these different sites available. So from there, you have to select which site you want to configure as a home site. So here you can see uh, this site is already configured as a home site, right? So if if the site is not available in your tenant, then you can just click on this, right? And let me remove this. So I'm deleting this site as a home site and saving this. So I don't have anything. It is not set, right? So my home site is not set. So once you are done with your intranet site, just copy this URL. And I want to make sure that this site will be uh, uh, promoted as a home site. So again, go to settings, click on this, and under this URL of the site you want to use, you can just paste this and click on save. Right. So now this is my home site landing. So if I go here and just refresh it, I'll show you the difference when we are having this site as a home site and without home site. So what are the difference that comes under this? If we are setting up this as a home site, then it will enable the app bar and we will be able to create a dashboard. So now this is promoted as a home site. So if I go to site settings, then I will be able to see two options, one global navigation and another one is the manage Viva connection. Now what I'll do, I'm just removing this from the home site. Again, deleting this and saving it. Go back, refresh, and check this navigation from the settings. We should not have that global navigation and the Viva connection. See, we don't have that. So as I mentioned that the prerequisite sits, if you want to use Viva connection, then you should have one site as a home site. And after that, you will be able to see those app bar and the create dashboard options. So if I refresh this, I will have that option now. Settings, right? Global navigation and the manage Viva connections, right? So we have the app bar, we have set up this home site and we have the enable the web part. So enabling the SharePoint app bar and customize the navigation. So we are done with this. Now another point is how we can enable this global navigation. So let's go to that part. So I'm just clicking on this global navigation. And here you have this all the settings like turn on or off your global navigation. So if you turn off it, it will not be available with any of the informations, right? So make it turn on and you have an option to upload a logo. So if you want to upload any logo and you want to change the title and navigation sources, if you have any hub site or the global navigation, you can just go with that. Otherwise, home site navigation is the default option selected. So these are the options that can be updated from here. And now once you are done with that, let's assume that we are just going with the default settings. So I'm just clicking on save. And the second point is this one, step number 4, creating a dashboard. So we have enabled this custom navigation. Now in the step 4, we are just trying to create a dashboard. So for that, we just click on this settings, then click on manage Viva connections. So In this case, I have already created one dashboard, so it says view dashboard. If you have not created any dashboard, then it will open like create dashboard, right? So that will be the difference. If we are creating the first time, you will be able to see this button as a create dashboard. Otherwise, it will display like view dashboard. So I'm just clicking on that, and I will have that dashboard open for me. So in this dashboard, now I'm just going to PPT. So in this dashboard, we have different set of options, like if you want to add cart and apply some in other component. So this is nothing but a kind of web part. So if I edit this page, and then by default, it opens in the mobile interface, but we are doing this for the desktop. So just click on desktop, and there you can see we have an option to add a card. So once I click on this, I will be able to see different set of cards or a kind of web parts which can be used in my dashboard, right? So for example, as of now, we have this 8 options to use as a card in your Viva Connection dashboard. So let's say, for example, I'm just using the web link. So now editing this web part, this card, and adding this web part link. And whatever the URL you are giving, it will automatically uh, fetch the information and load this in the card. So you can see the preview of the landing page is available in this card where I have just added my website name. So if I change this to some other website, it will automatically reflect this out. So it will automatically change that, right? And you can also change the description from here. So that option is there. You can change also the card title. And if you want to update or change the image, so you have an option to select the custom image. So I am not changing anything. I'm just explaining what are the different options available in this property pane. And if you want to set up something as a audience target, you have that option to just type some username or any group. If you have, then you can just give the user group name, and they will not be able to, or just setting the target audience for this card. So this is how it will help you to generate different set of cards. And after that, once it is saved, like you are okay with this, like I just wanted to make sure that this will be available for all the users throughout my organization, then you can just click on republish. So this card is available for my home site. And now I just wanted to make sure that I should add this on my home page. So click on edit, and here on top of this page, right, you can see the dashboard for Viva Connections. So we have that options available. So I'm just clicking on that. And the dashboard which we have recently created will be available on my home page. And I'm just click on republish. Now, if you feel that, okay, you are good with this and this should be added in your Microsoft Teams. So if I go to Microsoft Teams, then let me check if I have added or not. If not, then we can add it from the Microsoft Teams admin. So in the beginning, I mentioned that you should be able to access your SharePoint admin to set up this as a home site, and Microsoft Teams admin just to add this app, make it available in uh, Teams app for all the users. So let's open this and we'll see if it is not available, we will be able to add that. Okay, so for this tenant, I don't have. So let's do one thing. I go to Microsoft Teams admin from Microsoft 365 Admin Center. And from the left navigation, when we open this, we should go to Teams apps and we will manage the apps from there. So So make sure that you should have admin access to add this app in your Microsoft Teams. And once it is enabled, then it will be able to like add into Microsoft Teams for all the users. Like each user can access from that. So it's the same steps, whatever we are using for other Microsoft Teams app. So we just have to make sure that it is available from Teams app and manage apps. And from here, we have to select that Viva Connections. So we will search for this Viva Connections app, which we just created. And then under that Viva Connections, we will allow that access. Let's search for this Viva Connection. So here we have that. Okay. So just click on that and click on allow. App status was changed, so now it is allowed. It was initially blocked, but now it is allowed. Now here, if you want to change anything, you can change it. Like if you want to change the icon, then outline icon, color. So you have all the options available to change anything in terms of how it will look like when it is available in your Microsoft Teams. So if you want to change, you can do those all the changes. Right? And if you are fine that, okay, I do not want to change anything, then we are good with this. So again, we are just trying to set the policies after this. So go to your setup policies. And then we just have to check global organization wide. And under the pinned option, we just have to add one. See here, I can see that the Viva Connections is already there. Right? So I do not need to worry about this because this is my added as a first instance, first rank in this application. I'm just refreshing this. I need to add that for the users back. And just removing this as of now and adding one more time. And connections. This and just move it to first place and save it from this Teams. This. It will look like this. Like once it is available in Microsoft Teams, then it will come as a uh, first link in the left navigation as a for each user. And once they click on that, they will be able to see the same look and feel what they have here in their landing page. So like this, you will be able to see as is, like we have added dashboard, this other web parts with different components. So everything will be as is. So this will help you to be on the same page where you can see the different news and have updated information what is happening throughout the organization, and you will be able to see what has been said and what has been discussed throughout the company. Okay. So this way you can enable this app for all the users by pinned out in your application. Now, this is the simple way to set it up. But now what happened if you want to extend this? So in this image, you can see we have completed that. We have prepared that intranet, set up a home site, enabled the navigation bar, created the dashboard, and have some content in that dashboard. And after that, added that app in Microsoft Teams. And if you want to do any kind of settings, like if you want to change logo, then color, so we have an option to update those items, and then it will be available for end users. So this is default or simple setting up the Microsoft Viva connections. But now what happens? Sometime most of the organizations are looking out for how to extend it, right? For example, in some of the organization, they want to extend it with information from internal data sources, right? So this is company-wide data. Here we have that it could be your news or some other third-party information. But what if you want to have something from internal data sources, which can help to keep your employees informed? For example, if you want to announce anything, which can be available, announcement can be visible for all the employees, right? So the leadership or the organization management wants to share company announcements with employees. So and you have been asked to build a reusable widgets that show this announcement, and based on that, now everyone can get those information. So here in this application, you can see I have already created one web part uh, for announcement, company-wide announcements. So it says that there are two items. Here you can see one with the black color and one with the red color. So the basic idea is I have created one SharePoint list. You can see in the top navigation announcements. So this is my list where I'm managing all the announcements, and I have a kind of one column called important. So if this announcement is important, then what I'm doing, it will display with some different colors. So here I'm using the red color. And if the announcement is not important, then it will be available in a default black color. So that way you can just highlight something that, okay, this is priority news and that can be available for all the users. So for that, what we have to do, first we have to create the list, because this is our internal source, internal resource from where we are trying to fetch some data, and that information can be available for end user on the portal. So this information can be available in Microsoft Teams as well, where we have set up that app. So here you can see in Microsoft Teams, the announcement is also coming as is. So I do not have to like redeploy the solution or a web part for Microsoft Teams, but it is coming as is from that home site. So for this, what we have to do, we have to create one list called announcements with this columns. And after that, we have to create a custom web part. So custom web part, it's a simple way where we are creating SPFX web part. But here we just have to make sure that we should have this a latest version where we can have this functionality available. So Viva, this SharePoint framework supports extending Viva connections starting from version 1.13. So from 1.13, you will be able to use these options. Otherwise, you will not have an option to uh, like create this kind of web part, which can help you to extend this connections, Viva connections. So after that installation or framework to be greater than or equal to 1.13, all the steps are same. Like we are just creating sample SPFX web part. We just have to follow the same steps. But here, what I have done, like here you can see how this data is rendering. So here I'm just trying to get this announcement list which I have created. And under that announcement list, I'm just trying to access this three fields: title, description, and important. And based on that, I'm just trying to play with some CSS. If I'm retrieving the data with important as yes, then I'm just passing this color, right? So here you can see in this announcement important, if it is true, or sorry, if we have the importance, then selected yes, then it will be available in the red color. Otherwise, it will be as a simple black color, whatever the default color we have. So this is the simple way I have just tried to create it. And after creating this web part, I'm not going into explaining this whole code as of now, but it's a simple scenario we are just trying to address. So once you are done with this, and then you have to deploy this or package this solution and upload into your app catalog. And after uploading that into app catalog, you just have to make sure that you are able to add that to the home page of this home site. So assume that I have created the web part and I'm good with the result which I'm retrieving, and I have uploaded that SPPKG file in app catalog. And now adding this page, they will be part on the home page. So I've already added, but I'll show you that how it is coming. So once you edit the page, and you will be able to see that from the gallery. So here you can see I'm just checking Viva announcements. This is my web part. So you can just click on that. I'm just removing these two web parts. Let's make it only one. Now publish this. And here you can see I have just, this is not important task, which is in the red color. So from list, I'm just checking this, edit in preview. I just make it this. First is my important news with SPFX. Exit grid, go to home page and just refresh it. Right. So this way it will highlight whatever the information we have corrected from the list. Now, whatever the changes I have done here, it should be reflected in Microsoft Teams without doing changes in that app. So I'm just going to Microsoft Teams and just refreshing it. Right. So all the changes are there. Like both I have deleted two papers, so that it is not there. And I can see that whatever the changes I have updated in the list, and the page I can see in the home site, I am able to see the web part as is along with this dashboard. So this is how you can just create this kind of interface in Microsoft Teams as well as uh, this SharePoint home site. So this is just an overview like how we can create this kind of settings and configuration for getting your job done for this Viva connections. And after that, how easy to extend it so all the employees of the organization can get all the information from the single location. Either they are accessing something from your SharePoint site or something from the Microsoft Teams. So they have all the options available. I either way, like go to Microsoft Teams, open your Viva connections and see what is happening throughout the organization. Same way, go to your SharePoint site where you have set up that as a home site and get all the information. So this is how we can achieve this uh, configuration of this Viva connections and extending that with uh, SPFX web part. And yeah, so I'm almost done. And let me know if we have any questions. We still have few minutes, we can address those if we have any questions. And if you don't have any questions, then thank you so much. Thank you for joining and having me and allowing me to share my thoughts and my knowledge on to setting up this Microsoft Viva connections and how to extend it and make it available for all users so they can access relevant information, real-time data from the internal resources as well. And if you are joining in person, then enjoy this SharePoint. And yeah.
Okay, Kirti, thank you very much. We don't have a question in the chat. Let's give a virtual round of applause to Kirti Prayapati, who talked to us about extend Microsoft Viva connection with SPFX. Thank you very much for staying with us at Microsoft Community Days, Mexico City 2022. Thank you very much for joining us. Remember that we have the email address contacto at itproof.com.mx or events at cruisenetworks.com, where we'll be at your service for any questions you may have regarding the event. Thank you and have a great evening. Thank you very much for attending our sessions today. We recommend you to go to in person one room to attend the final presentations.